Yeah, we should be going for a pre-stay high here soon on ES. We've been chopping up for a lot the whole day. We literally had 3 stop 100 setups today. The first one, which is initial 3R I took, and then we also had another one if you missed that one, and then now we have another stop 100 setup here to the upside. But I was in this trade for 2 hours. I didn't feel like holding, honestly. Just for like plus one more R. So exit early, and here's another stop 100 sub. This is sometimes where if you exit and you take another trade, you can actually take advantage. I think the mic is low key too quiet. But I did have to reset my PC recently, so some things are lost, unfortunately. But hopefully, we're back to everything being good right now. Gonna be right back, guys. Give me one moment. But this is basically the last setup you could have taken. This is just my stop 100 setup that I teach all of you guys. If you're in the course, you know exactly what setup this is. Today is basically all setups, or today are basically just stop 100s, man. We had the first stop 100, which is the one I took personally for 3-year sword. And I told everyone in the group also that the draw today is pre-stay high. So that's what we're trying to aim for here on this setup here. But you had another one here as well at 12:46-ish p.m. Another stop 100 setup. And then after that, it's just a new range that you basically trade within using time theory here. All right, so now that we hit our target, this is where you can technically take shorts given an entry model if you wanted to, if you haven't taken a trade today. But just keep in mind, it is a counter trend trade, so I wouldn't deem it like an A or A plus setup. This is more so like a B plus setup if you're gonna take shorts here. So all depends on how you want to approach today. But there's a good amount of steps today. It's just that we had a very nice range. No one's in this stop hunter setup. So I assume you guys are probably just green for a day then, or you guys just stopped trading for today. That's what I assume. It's a good setup here. You can even consider this just a normal 50% mitigation play. It doesn't have to be a stop hunter. You can consider this, for example, your inducement into a flip. And then if you want to entry, if you took the flip entry with a limit, it's literally an 8 risk reward trade. And then your stop loss, I personally wouldn't cover this much for stops. You would have to cover a POI. So it would be like something like this. So either way is fine because both plays, both setups worked out. Either 50% mitigation or just a stop hunter. But yeah, shorts are not bad here if you still want to trade today. When I say not bad, I just mean they're probably like B plus. It's not like an A or A plus setup that I tend to go for. Most of the times, if you guys look at most of my trades, they're A or A plus. And the reason why is because they have the highest win rates, right? That's why I'm able to maintain a 60-65% win rate, 68% win rate on live here with you guys with 3 risk reward average, because I focus on high probability setups. So for example, like the longs here today off this 1 hour tap is like a perfect setup here. This would be an A setup here. You can say we technically swept liquidity here using my indicator here, which it did mark as liquidity. But if it was to sweep like a major low, that would be a higher probability setup, like an A plus. But to me, this is kind of like A. You can kind of consider A plus if you want to count this as the sweep using my indicator. But otherwise, this would have been a nice trade. Unfortunately, this setup here on the 1 minute, it's hard to really enter. There was a seconds entry here that one of my private mentorship students took, and he pointed out to me later on the seconds. So you could have had a really nice 4 to 5 hour trade here, and later it ran like 10 risk reward if you target the previous day high from here. This would have been the best setup of the day. So that's the best setup of the day. The second best setup for today would probably be this. This is just my stop hunter I took to the upside. You could have taken shorts here for a scalp, right? It worked out. Stop hunter is very tricky to me. Why would you not take it, for example, as sweeping this wick at 1430? 1430 is... $14.30. Are you talking about this one right here? Thing is, you want to look for more prevalent highs or lows, like internally. So like this low is more prevalent than like this intermediate low here. Also, is this a bearish candle? Can't really tell. So usually you want to have like a bearish candle. It's like something like this. You can take this too if you want to, but your stop would be pretty massive. So your stop, if you took this, it's either going to be here or you cover the PY below for like a 1-to-1 here. So it's all depending on your risk tolerance. Do you want to potentially get stopped out ahead of time early using this not as prevalent low, or do you want to use this stronger internal low here? Because if you go on the 5 minute here, you can see the low you point at 1430. You don't see that low at all on the 5 minute. It's not even a bearish candle on the 5 minute. The only bearish candle here internally is this on the 5 minute. So this is, you can even consider a 5 minute stop under setup. But like I said, this range is not that big. Okay. It's a very small range, very tight range. So you can just take a normal setup here off this. If you're green for a day today, you probably shouldn't take more trades. Well, actually, I wouldn't say that. You shouldn't be trading based on your P&L. Some people do that. I don't recommend you guys to do that, but if there's a setup, there's a setup. A short here would be lower probability here. If you're to short this, I think, yeah, there's. This candle printed very weird. The open price of this candle right here is not correct. Don't know what's going on here. Can't really tell if there's a gap there. But like, for example, if you wanted to scalp this, this would be your one-to-one scalp right here, just like that. That's like an example of a counter trend scalp for those that do want to just scalp, because again, this is counter trend. This is low probability of a trade. If you were taking this like a normal setup, guys, you would target. There's no P. Everything is fully mitigated here. You could target this 5 minute right here. Y'all see the 5 minute using my indicator? If you guys don't have the indicator, you're missing out. It just marks everything for me. Structure, POIs, entries, everything. So this is a very nice potential. Again, I can't tell if there's a gap here or not because the way this candle printed, but it does look like one. Because the first and third candles, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Yeah, no, this just looks weird because the way the candle printed. But we took out previous day high here, which is where you could short if you were actually trying to look for a short. Still testing out this scenery thing in OBS Studios. I've never really used it too much. First time. But if you're saying, I'd say you should probably go back testing, and you can even test out to see if when you find a 5 minute alignment low with a 1 minute, it might be higher probability. You know, there's a lot of things you can test out, and the only way you can really learn stuff like this is just testing. There's so many things you can test in trading, but I'd say just focus on the things I teach you guys. Don't want you to overcomplicate it too much. But like you can see, we're really late in the day and there's still setups, right? This long here and this short here. Don't know if anyone of you guys took this here. It is very late in the day, but it say, you know, if we took out pre-stay high, you can look for a short. This would be like a B+ setup. Sometimes you can FOMO into trades, like enter here, but your risk management is going to be off because, or your trade management is going to be off because you can't really break even. So like if you took this here, I guess if you want the IFG entry model, you could have taken here in your stop. I'd probably put it above here or even above here if you want to. Could be like a nice 2R trade right here if you missed the initial entry. But if you're scalping, you would have TP'd already off the OB model right here. Again, 1 wick or 1 tick above. Just Biochem just took an IFG scalp short on NQ for a quick TP. Nice. I'm telling you guys, you know, time to me does it matters, but the only reason why time matters is because how long it takes to hit TPs, which is a personal preference thing. I don't like holding trades for too long. Trades that hit TP within 10 minutes, 10 candles, is what I love to see. I love taking trades like these, or like if you took the longs here, these are trades that hit TP very fast, but trades that last a much longer time outside of the kill zone with my indicator, it's not that it's lower probability to hit TP, it's just more so the time it takes to hit the trade TP. And number 2 thing that's going to be more important later is liquidity. I do get slippage. If it's not in use, it's not going to be major slippage, but there is some slippage in terms of my average fill price. If you're trading on prop firms, you don't have to worry about any of that. Everything should work like as planned. But if you're trading on a live account like me, my average fill price is going to be slightly off. So depends on how tight my stop loss is. The tighter my stop loss, the more contracts I'm entering. So that's going to mess up where I enter my initial price average, whether going long or short. But this is a nice 5R trade here. And you guys took this. You said you took on NQ. ES took it at 332. I see. Yeah, it's nice for sure. This one right here. There's also an OB entry model too, right there. Depending on where you put your stop. Went about 1 risk reward. But situations like this, it's harder to look for a bigger move because like we took out previous day high and we're bullish. Because look guys, on a higher time frame, you guys might be forgetting that we're still trading near all-time highs. This is indices. You shouldn't be bearish unless you're trading a retracement, something like this, or trades like this where you can break where structure is showing you we're going bearish temporarily for the 1 hour demand to go higher. So no, you cannot just long like here. It's not too bad. I said this is if you took a loss here long, this is a valid loss. It's not nothing too wrong about that trade. But like if you were longing, let's say here, trying to target like previous day high, that's just not it. First of all, time wise, there's not going to be enough volatility to go for a previous day high expansion at 6 or 7 a.m. Number 2 is we're not in a valid PY yet. Unless you mark the 4 hour, which I was going over with a prime mentorship student earlier today, there's a 4 hour demand here. It is really massive though, so you want to refine it, and the best refinement here looks like the 1 hour origin. You can even refine this honestly if you want to. There's one right here on the Webmin, I believe. These are the entry PY right there, but the 1 hour really hit to the tick. I'm telling you guys, the PYs, my indicators mark out, and what I teach you guys, you can top tick and bottom tick the market with what I teach you guys in the course. If you just go through your back testing and gain enough screen time, it won't need a ton of screen time. I personally believe 1 month of consistent few hours a day is good enough. You can top tick and bottom tick if you just have a limit order here. Now the only problem will be your stop loss. You're gonna have to look for a refined PY because I am not gonna put my stop loss. Personally, probably not going to do this. I'd look for a refined PY, and I mean you can bottom tick this long for literally like 11 risk reward if you refine it off the 1 minute PY. This is why what I teach you guys in the course is so valuable. You shouldn't be sharing it with others, and just use it for your own self, man. Use it right now to make money. There's so far the past 4 years, I haven't seen it not work. So unless the market completely changes somehow and the edge disappears, as of right now, the edge is still there with my strategy, and you need to be milking these firms. You need to be growing your personal account while you still can. I haven't tested it 20 years back. I mean, technically I have with the algorithm, but like I said, the algo isn't, what's the right word? It's not sophisticated enough. So let's see what NQ's doing. There's a trade. I mean, it should hit ideally here. There's nothing here in the way, except for the 5 minute right there, I can see. But this is a very nice short. Very, very nice short, man. Some of you guys be taking like the bad setups and you miss out on the good setups. So what I see from some of you guys is you're forcing like B or B plus setups or low probability setups when you should be taking the higher quality setups. Now, if you miss a higher quality setup, that doesn't mean you go and force like a lower probability setup, right? There's the previous A plus setup that happened already, you missed it. If you missed it, you missed it. That doesn't affect the probability of your B setup not playing out. Every trade in the market is an independent event. So whether you win or lose, whether you're on a winning streak or losing streak, it really has not much of an impact on the next trade you take. Now, you can argue if you're on a winning streak, most likely the market conditions are good and there's good price action. Sure, maybe your next trades are going to be a little higher chance to hit TP because good price action, but that's again not something you can really entirely predict for like several days straight. Okay, it's more of an instantaneous kind of thing in the moment. Again, if you're in a trade and bad price action presents itself, you can't do much. You know, you just manage your trade. If you want to manage aggressively when you have bad price action, feel free to. For me, typically what I do if we're in a trade and it's bad price action, whether we can, deliver with consolidation, things like that, I tend to keep my stop loss where it is, unless it's a low probability setup given context, like counter trend or something. I'll probably move stop loss to break even, but if it's a really good setup, I keep my stop loss open. For example, in this situation, in this trade, I told everyone I moved my stop loss to break even. I'll have to check the Discord. I sent it to you guys, but I pinged everyone telling you guys that I would move my stop loss to break even at some point during this trade here. That I sent to the private chat. And so knowing that, the reason why is because there's no reason technically for price to come back down here except for break-even liquidity, which if you haven't watched that course video where I discussed break-even liquidity, I recommend you watch it because it will help you with the mental part of trading, because you understand there's sometimes price comes back and you don't see any PY, but it still reverses off of that without going for any PY. Like it looks fully mitigated, there's nothing here, but it still reverses. That's break-even liquidity. It's a really good way to justify a random trade. Oh, sorry, not a random trade, but a random outcome in the market. Because I've seen this happen a lot. It's not something that, okay, not a lot, but it's something that happens. And if you can't really like put anything logical behind your trades, it's going to be hard to trade, because you should have some sort of logic in alignment with your trades. Like for example, if we're in an uptrend, you're buying, right? Why are you buying? Because we're in an uptrend. Highs are weak, lows are strong. Even as simple basic concepts or understanding like that, you should know and put logic behind your trades, because at the end of the day, we're not robots entirely. And so it helps out your brain in terms of understanding what price is doing. It's also going to help out with their psychology, knowing that this is normal. The reason why a lot of people mess up psychologically is because they think the market is 100% random, when in fact it's not 100% random. Because if the market was truly 100% random, guys, it should be a coin flip. So if you're guessing, the market should be 50-50, right? Let's say one risk reward target. Everyone that's not profitable right now, you should be getting 50-50 at 1 RR, so 0 EV. But how come people are still losing? One reason is because of spread and commissions. So yes, there is something that inherently goes against you in the nature of trading. Now, if you're on a prop firm, literally there's no spread, and also the commission is like barely anything. So yeah, you shouldn't be blaming that, but I'm just saying on a live account, you do have those factors that go against you, but you can pay your broker. They have subscription models depending on which broker you use, but you can pay a one-time fee. I believe it was like 1.5K for my broker. Can't recall, but you can pay for it, and basically you can reduce the commissions you pay in the future, like lifetime. So you pay a lot less in commissions over a long run. Now, it's not worth it if you're not profitable. It's only worth it if you're already profitable and you just want to save money over a long run just from commissions. We're about to go for the TP, guys. If anyone took this setup, either use OB or IFG model. I told you guys shorts off pre-stay high. That break-even liquidity course video is great. Watched it yesterday. Nice. Glad to hear that. I could probably find you guys some examples. There's 5-year sword right there, fellas. Again, I'm not trading during this time. Usually I get like worse fills trading later in the day, so it's not ideal for me. But this is not like a bad setup. Like I said earlier, before all this happened, it's not hindsight trading. Told you guys like pre-stay high, you can look for a B+ short. I don't really see any other setups here personally. The market's gonna close. I think you can't even trade on funded accounts in a few minutes here, like 15 minutes. So if you took the short, nice. Otherwise, sit on your hands and just tape read because there's nothing else here. Like sure, you could take a long off the 5-minute, but the market's about to close. See if I can find an example of a break-even liquidity example. Here's a perfect example right here. Hopefully the stream and everything is working well too, because I had to delete my entire PC yesterday, or I think it was 2 days ago. So that's why I've been a little bit inactive in the Discord. I have to get everything fixed, and my files, unfortunately, I could not recover them. But the good thing is all the course videos are in WAP, they're on the cloud. So everyone that gets the course, you don't have to worry about the course videos like disappearing all of a sudden if I lose the files on my PC, because they're secure in the cloud in WAP. So that's why I use WAP as my partner for the course members. Sure, there's other platforms. Sure, I can post it somewhere else, but I trust WAP in making sure my content stays on there and doesn't get hacked or anything. So I use WAP. If you guys are not in the course and want to check it out, what I have to offer, feel free to. There's the link right there. If you type in course, you can also get the course sort of indicators. Come join us, come learn how to trade and be profitable. But here's an example of a break-even situation right here. So let's say you took a short here off the OB entry model. You can see how we mitigate the OB, right? We made a new low here internally, but look, when we come back, everything here, at least on the 1 minute, is fully mitigated. There's probably gonna be something maybe on the 5 seconds here, but that's overdoing it, right? I don't want to overcomplicate trading when trading by nature is already somewhat complex in terms of the psychological standpoint. So you don't need to be jumping on the 5 seconds. Just know on the 1 minute, this is break-even liquidity here. Price comes back. There's nothing, everything's fully mitigated here, but look, it comes back and it continues in your favor, in your direction of your trade. There's nothing you can really explain here if you're just on the 1 minute. So the only thing I could have made a logical connection to is break-even liquidity. So whether you're entering, some people are entering here and it hit them out prior to the tick at break-even. Some people are entering here. There's a lot of places where people are entering their trades and they're going break-even. And what the market loves to do is generate liquidity and take out liquidity. So that's just a perfect example of break-even liquidity right there occurring. right? You don't see any reason from a technical standpoint that price should go back, but it does go back. And instead of what you may think is going for the highs here because everything is mitigated, no, it goes in your favor again. Break even liquidity. Here you go. Yes is going for finally the 5 minute. Let's see what NQ looked like today. I didn't really look at NQ too much today, except for when I was in the trade here. I marked out right here NQ SMT, so I just TP'd as soon as NQ took out the high. I believe it was on this candle. I just closed out mainly for a 3.6 risk reward. But other than that, there's not much. There's a lot of other setups earlier in the day today. You had a short setup and you had a long setup. Now, these two setups, you can't really take off the 1 minute time frame unless you have limit orders or you refine your POY like this. When you refine a POY with limit order, again, you cannot have tight stop losses. You have to give it some breathing room. Sometimes you can even have a soft stop loss and a hard stop loss above here, but in case we get a huge candle for whatever reason, you're going to take a much bigger loss than intended. That's the only problem with a stop loss. You can try it, feel free to, but it's something where it's like kind of difficult to risk manage with a stop loss. That's why majority of times I prefer just having a hard stop. Yes, sometimes I will get wicked out by like maybe 1 or 2 ticks, but it's not like a huge concern or issue. Personally, I'm okay with the odds. I'm okay with only losing 1 R plus commissions and fees instead of potentially losing like 2 to 3. Now, if there's a news candle, this happened to me last month, but if you get a massive news candle, whether it's a body or a wick, whatever, sometimes because of liquidity, you get slipped and you could take a 2 to 3 R loss even though your stop loss is here because the market might not have enough liquidity to fill all your orders. Remember, some of your contracts might be filled at this price, other ones might not. So your averaged out price later on could be lower and that could stop you out even though you have a hard stop at more than what you intended. NQ looked really good today. Wait, hold on. Let me turn this off. I think it hit to a tick. I can't really tell if it did or not there. No, I think it didn't. But there was an IFG setup here. So there was a long off this sweep on NQ. Of course, you just target previous day high. Everyone's shorting today. You're losing. Shorting. Unless you're scalping, like I said, you're going to lose. Someone DM'd me on Discord. Let me answer the message real quick. But if you guys are not in the Discord, I highly recommend you joining. It's literally completely free. You get some free analysis on my trades at times. I post my charts every there once in a while in the free chat. So take advantage of the free chat while you still can. I'll send the link there for the Discord. I'm going to end the poll here since the stop hunter setup was already done. If you guys are new here, make sure to join the free Discord. We're about like 200 members away from 1K. Once we hit 1K Discord members, going to be doing a 1.5K value giveaway to one lucky winner. I might do a runner-up. We'll see. Do want to pull you guys on something though. Hold on. Yeah, I was gonna pull you guys, ask you guys what you guys want to see from the long form content. I don't know, trade recaps. I'm sure a lot of people find them helpful, but it's very repetitive. Like my trading, the strategy I teach you guys is like mechanical. It's very repetitive. It's just like the same thing over and over again every day. Look for withdrawal liquidity based on high time frame. Drop to a lower time frame. Look for the entry model. Use my break-even management strategy. That's mechanical if you want. Otherwise, you set and forget and go for the target. If you're pro trend, you target weak highs and lows. If you're counter trend, you target the flip or origin or inducement. That's basically it. If you want to scalp, go for 1R. That's basically my trading system in a nutshell. Now, it's pretty general. If you want to know the specifics on like the mechanical way of how I enter, then you take the course. Otherwise, that's basically everything in a nutshell of how I trade. Because once you simplify it down to that and dumb it down, it's not as complicated as you may think. What other videos do people... Thing is, I don't want to do vlogs. Because I was thinking on the channel, I've done some psychology videos. Again, not a big fan of those personally. Some people probably like them, but I think it's better to learn than just to focus on something that you can't really entirely change just from me talking to you. That makes sense. But for my long form content, I've just been doing trade recaps, some optimization videos. Did like one video on my indicators. Did like some talks about trading. I have a ton of beginner content on the channel for those that are completely like new to trading. I think I'm gonna do some more beginner content because I've noticed from my last poll that 58% of you guys statistically are new to trading, 0 to 1 year in. That's considered new. And so probably more basic beginner stuff is gonna be helpful. So I'll probably do some of those videos, even though to me it's like kind of a waste of time doing those videos. But if it helps people out, I'll do it. Let's see, what else do I have on here? I have exposed videos. If people, the thing is, exposed videos, people love it because the algorithm, people look for those the whole time. They don't really help you with y'all's trading per se. I guess it helps you avoid like people that I find big red flags in. So you could say it saves you money and time. So I guess it's not too bad of a thing. I'll probably do, I was thinking about doing a tier list ranking of trading strategies, but I'm gonna be honest, that it's just too general of a topic. Some people can make certain strategies work if you test it out enough, but most like basic beginner stuff on YouTube just doesn't work. You have to actually make a system out of everything you learn, plus your experience. And then obviously live streams, live streams are live streams, you know what I'm saying? I'm on here, you guys ask me questions, I answer them. We sometimes take trades on live stream. Live stream, as I said, you guys could take this for a scalp if you want to, off the pre-stay high. That happened. You guys hit TP. But it's pretty repetitive, honestly. Trading is really boring. That's why you guys need to have other hobbies outside of trading if you ever decide to go full-time like me. Because you can't really find much purpose in your life if you're just gonna be trading. You're not benefiting society in any unfortunately, you're not benefiting society any type of way. Which isn't necessarily a direct problem, but like it does kind of mess with your brain, not gonna lie. For me at least. Don't you get manipulated a lot when you look for OBI FUG entry models instead of charge break structure? Nope. It's not true because I did a bad tester on that already, and it's not a insane win rate difference. You'll find a lot of times when we get a break structure or change of character, you still lose on the trade. If you're gonna wait for, like, for example, in this specific delivery that I talked about in the course, everyone knows what delivery this is called. You can't wait for a break or a change on the 1 minute because there's no way you're entering off here with this massive stop loss. And if you did wait, you missed the move. So there's a lot of ways you can catch still the same win rate, or sorry, a slightly lower win rate, but you catch a higher risk reward. Either using my seconds model or the other models I teach. Like for example, in this case here, if you took the short here, there's no need to wait for anything here. If you're gonna wait for a break, it's down here. You can't even use this. This is already hitting TP basically. There's no other lows here that's significant. You're not gonna be able to get this good of a risk reward if you're gonna wait every time. So for me, majority of the times I don't wait. It's very rare where I do wait. If I do wait, it's not that I waited, it's just that it just happened before my entry model. Because sometimes you'll get the internal structure shift before the entry model presents itself, but not always. Damn, I wish you can give like long answer polls or short answer polls on YouTube stream. That sucks. How do they not have that feature yet? Would love to see you live trade Killzone Bro, live data and emotions with your experience to tell us when not to take. I'd be taking premature trades. What do you mean by premature trades? Do you mean just like I told you guys, if you guys are always getting stopped out on the first trade, just never take the first trade. It's basically like the easiest way to improve your win rate per se. I took the longs before the shorts you took in Killzone. These longs here. If you're talking about this long, it did play out. Now, obviously, you're not going to target the high because we didn't hit the 1 hour demand yet. So if we go to the 1 hour POI, you probably want to go break even because it's a high time frame. And then we went for later 1 hour to the tick here. But this 1 hour you can't catch, I'm gonna be honest, unless you're on the seconds. There was a seconds entry I did see on the on here, but I didn't take it. I feel like I would and can get better trades, just need to see your live perspective. How to use scenes in OBS. Well, I'm gonna test something real quick. Oh, so just, okay. If I do cuts, just go straight to it. Nah, fade looks better. Isn't there more settings? Swipe. Huh? What does swipe look like? Ooh, nah. I don't like that. There's like no difference here. Nah, fade is the best, yeah. Luna swipe. Nope. Oh, we'll keep it at this one. I took shorts on gold too. It gave profits all the profits back. Thing with gold and how it moves is like gold likes a trend a lot more, and so if you're taking internal reversals on gold, you sometimes might have to just wait for the first like manipulation or fake moves before getting your entry, because you get a lot more sweeps on gold, at least from my personal experience trading gold. But when you do get that right move, you can make a lot of risk reward on that trade because it tends to trend very well. Except for 2 years ago, 2023, I believe it was in the summer, gold was just doing massive reversals. It was like 2 to 3 reversals every single day during your kill zone, and it was just so easy to trade. Not sure why it changed a little bit, but I guess I can't really answer that. ES has hit the 5-minute POI for those that did want to go for that target for 5 risk reward. Let me see, let me critique y'all's trade on gold today. If you're in a Discord, you can send it, or actually you can just tell me the timestamp of when you took the short. I'll let you know if it's valid or not. Should I add another scene? Hold on. What the? Were you looking at the origin and flip to take the shorts? Not sure what you mean. Okay, let's go on gold. It's GCZ now. Structure-wise, gold is bullish. We have a lot of imbalance to fill above, so you ideally want to be, once we come back to discount, you want to be long. You want to be long bias all the way, essentially. In this case, it's probably beyond the 2 hour, isn't it? Yeah. See, sometimes you'll have to. It's gonna be random time frames with the POI, and you can't do much about it. But I can tell on the 1 hour that there's going to be a 2 hour here because of this candle here. You can see it literally lines perfectly right there, right? This is something you can say a little bit could be from experience, but this is what tends to happen when you have a massive gap and the POI is just so far away from everything else. But there's a 30-minute here. So 30-minute, the kill zone was here, so you guys probably started trading here. There's a long right at open. at 8:30. So this would have been the trade here. And your target would, you go in a high time frame for your target because this is off a high time frame PY. There's this right here. You can go for 1 to 2. Or you could target a London session high. Price never induced something before tapping that 2-hour demand. I don't know how you trade inducement, but the way I trade inducement is not the same as everyone else. So there's not going to be inducement here. It's just not possible. Given this type of delivery, it's impossible to have inducement. Some people like consider stuff like this as inducement. I personally don't. So I trade it differently than how others view inducement. Others view inducement as a few moves prior, but I view inducement on the left, not on the right. So I trade more like Waqar. Yeah, I saw like 1 or 2 videos from him, but the way he trades doesn't seem mechanical. Some of it also looks cherry picked. But again, I only seen like 2 to 3 videos, so don't quote me on that. So this would have been like your first long, for example. If you miss this long here, again, you shouldn't be shorting like any of this unless you're trying to scalp, because we already hit high time frame command. The place you could short is off London session high here. You might have taken a loss here, but just know all these highs are going to get ran because they're bullish, right? And then we have kill zone high where you could have shorted as well. This did not take you out. It's basically equal highs. Did not take you out here. Had a nice short back to the flip. 8:36 a.m. I shorted. Yeah, Sato-san, this short doesn't make any sense because we're in high time frame demand. Yeah, how Waqar defines inducement is basically how I teach you guys as internal liquidity sweep. If I'm not mistaken, it's basically more like that. How I teach you guys inducement is on the left, not current flow on the right. So on the left is where you're looking for PYs, on the right is where you're looking for entry models. But I'm gonna be honest, I really don't watch too much YouTubers nowadays for trading because influx of information, too much information overload. I know what I trade works best. From all my testing of all the strategies online that I've tried, what I trade is the most accurate to how the market actually moves. So that's why I don't really watch too much of all this stuff. Try to stick to just myself, stick to my own lane. If you're going to learn too much stuff, you're going to have information overload, and I don't know how it is when you have that, but like there's no point in learning that much if you have something that you can backtest now and it works. You may have to optimize it, but that's up to you to go in your data and find. Some people have told me that my strategy works better on ES and NQ than like gold, for example, from their backtesting. So that's an interesting take for me. For my journaling, it's basically the same thing, but that could also be because maybe I have more experience than you guys trading gold, because I've been trading gold for the past 4 years almost. Good stuff, bro. Nice, man. What's up? Again, if you guys want to join the free Discord, if you're new, leave a like on the stream and hit the link in the chat. Join the free Discord. We're doing a giveaway of 1.5k value soon. So if you want to join that giveaway, if you're interested, you got to be in the Discord. I think yeah, 8:36, what you said earlier, does not make sense. because the range, like you'd have to wait for another entry model if we did come back. 836. Unless you took the IFG here. But you do want to keep in mind, remember we're bullish on a higher time frame, we're not bearish. So you're basically going against the flow. We're already in discount here of this range. If you wanted to short Cytoxan, you would be shorting like either up here or up here before we get this low in discount. Like the lower we go in discount, the less likely your shorts will play out. How about London session short on gold from the origin? London session short? You talking about this? Oh, you're talking about this. Like this is fine because we're not in discount yet. And this is a massive imbalance, so we can at least fill at least towards this PY or maybe even this. Like those shorts are fine because we're not in discount yet on the higher time frame. Remember, this entire loop from this low to that high is one range. So yeah, shorting up here is very ideal because you're technically pro trend and you're pro internal structure here. To then trade back to the external structure here, which then you trade the external structure trend. So you trade shorts as a retracement and you trade longs for continuation. That's how I trade. I'm not looking for longs per se, like for example, here. You can, like, sure, it worked out, but these are low probability knowing that we're trying to go back to discount. We took out also the high already. We can expect a retracement. If you're on the 15-minute, something like that, this is literally a 15-minute trader taking my setup on the 15-minute. Remember, time frames are fractal. So this is someone just taking a 15-minute or 30-minute setup going short. And this is just their PY. That's it. So if you're stuck on the lower time frame, basically trying to counter that, it's not going to go well. So you can short up here, but once you get deeper in discount, it's low probability. Could your short have worked here? Yes, if we want to go for a pre-state low, but keep in mind that we swept liquidity here. We took out both session lows here. Made a new high for bullish, something like that. Doesn't mean we can't go for this, but it's low probability. You want to be taking the pro trend. And if the pro trend fails here, that's fine. You know, you can just take another one down here. But usually in the afternoon session, gold does get messy. Like a lot of consolidation, but you can still trade this consolidation because these are pretty big ranges here. Here's an example of what I mean by waiting for manipulation on gold. You have a PY here. You wait for this, so you don't take this entry model here. There's also another reason why you don't take this entry model here that I covered in the course. So if you saw that video in the course, you would know why you shouldn't even take this in the first place. This is invalid anyway to take. But you wait for this sweep and then you take the trade. Sometimes it'll work out first attempt. That's basically the risk you take. You know, trading is not, you can't win 100%. If you're trying to trade for a living like me and go full time, you have to expect losers. Like you have to expect to lose, like trades. You know, you can't win trades if you don't lose trades. I shorted after London session sweep and use FXCM. Yeah, I just use comics. FXCM, isn't that Forex? Pretty sure it's Forex. But it will look different. Gold, for some reason, looks a lot more different between Forex and futures. But as long as you've done your back testing on whatever you're trading and it works, that's all that matters. Like, who cares what chart you're using, you know? Use the chart you're using with your broker, though. If I was to critique today, there's not much critiquing. I saw some of you guys take this short here, which is, or is it this short? Wait, no, I think it was, hold on, let me see. I have to increase this number here. I think it was this short or this other short here. I think it was this short or this one. I believe some of you guys took like this short or this short. Nonetheless, these are both counter trend. The same thing with the gold logic. We're already deep in discount. We hit the 1 hour demand. We're bullish on the higher time frame. This is the higher time frame expanding bullish. Here's counter trending. If you missed a long here, like I said, you missed a long. It's actually, matter of fact, it's actually more beneficial to you to be buying high, selling higher than to take shorts. You can reverse engineer your entries. I think a lot of people would never realize that, but you can. So like if you know this is low probability short, you can reverse engineer your entry where instead of where you enter for short is where you enter long. So instead of entering short, let's say out of this candle, you enter long here. Where you put your TP is where you put your stop loss. So your TP would be here. Your stop loss would be, well, it depends if you're scalping or not here. So no, actually you can't necessarily do that because your RR is going to be a little bit negative, but you get the point. Your target is going to be a lot better because you can extend your TP when you reverse engineer your entries because you're trading the higher probability direction. So like something like this is better than trying to go for a scalp here to the downside. But I honestly tell you guys, trade my mechanical strategy I teach you in the course. Just wait for the stop under sweep. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. You know, the reason why we take the stop under sweep is because you get the best entry possible. Look at my entry here. Like very little drawdown. I entered at the close of this bearish candle that I teach you guys all the time to enter on. So there's not much drawdown here. Before I just went immediately in profit. And once we got in profit, did not have any drawdown except for realized P&L drawdown. And this is very normal. When we consolidate this, when we're near a daily candle, higher low, this is very normal to happen. I'm just going to tell you guys this from experience. You shouldn't be scared when this happens. This is very normal. This is price creating and finding new value at a higher price point. Do you usually trade and find a setup every day? Yeah. I don't think I remember a day where there's no setup at all with this strategy. Almost every day there's going to be at least like one setup. If you're trading only an hour a day, maybe you might not, but even then during kill zones, there should be at least one setup. It's very rare you don't find a single setup because I teach you guys multiple strategies. It's not just my main strategy. Again, a lot of these questions you can also answer from your own back testing. Some of you guys are not doing your own back testing, and so it does show also. ChatGPT new models, baby. Damn, bro. One day, they're about to put my brain in the AI scanner. They're about to make an AI bot of how I view the market. Then I'm cooked. I wouldn't even know what happens after that. What's up, Kim? How you doing? Are you on live stream daily? I just found you. If you want to talk to me daily, whatever, or interact with the community, I'd recommend you join the free Discord server. If you don't have Discord, you can join the WAP, which is pinned in the chat. If you join the free Discord access, there's a free beginner's course if you're completely new to trading. Otherwise, if you're like a few months in, you can just go straight for an advanced course. It includes a private chat and everything. So you get access to my trading journal, you get access to the private trading chat in the Discord, and then you get access to also the course of my strategy. But I don't live stream daily on YouTube for free. I do these YouTube live streams, I'd say, what do you guys say? I mean, probably like twice a week, maybe more. Usually like twice a week. I don't want to overdo it, but usually twice a week. Every time I do these live streams, I'm giving out free money. You just take the trades. Like for example, early in the stream, you can go back to it. You can replay my streams. Told everyone if you take out pre-stay high, you can look for a short. You can either scalp this or go for the 5-minute demand, and that's 5 RR for free for anyone that took the trade. Completely free. But yeah, if you do want to learn everything, you would have to get the course. Since I keep it exclusive in there, just for the people that paid to make it fair. And then if anyone here is interested in the indicators on my chart too, those are also within the WAP. So you can check out my WAP and has literally everything. I kind of consolidated the packages that I offer in terms of services. So it's just either you get the indicators, which are monthly or one time. There's one more spot left actually for one time for the indicators right now. It's basically only $100 more than the yearly price, and you can get it forever. And you don't have to worry about the indicators disappearing ever because, again, they're saved on the cloud. So they're inside TradingView's database. They're always going to be there. I don't even think I can even take them down actually off the cloud once they're in the TradingView database. But yeah, we have one more spot for the lifetime access to my indicators I use on the daily to make money, and then there's also one more spot for the one-on-one. I plan on also back testing something today, or maybe like later this weekend. It's gonna be something basically. I'm still trading my strategy, but I'm back testing something that recently I've been looking into just from reading the chart that I want to add as like a bonus to my strategy. It's gonna basically be able to give me buffer room and basically more profits, so more risk reward. I know it kind of sounds greedy, especially when I can already make 100 a month, but why not add something to the toolkit if it works? So probably gonna be back testing that later this weekend. It shouldn't take too long. Might take just a week or so. I'll get a good amount of sample size, and then if sample size looks good, I'll let you guys know in the course. All right, I'll have a video in the course posted about it. Otherwise, if it doesn't look too great, I'm just gonna not talk about it. You guys trade my main strategy, because the stats of my main strategy from all my students so far, from y'all's backtesting and live trading, has been 50% at 3 reward. So that's already like really good. Do you trade ES or NQ? I trade ES because this is what I've been trading ever since I started trading. But you can trade NQ too. Majority of my students in the group, they actually trade NQ. So, but the thing is, they both move pretty similar in terms of direction. So, like usually if NQ is going down, ES is gonna go down. So either asset works. The people in my group, you guys said you like NQ because it moves faster, which is understandable. I personally don't mind trading something that I know works for me, so I'm sticking with ES. ES also has a lot less increments too. NQ usually you have a lot more increments, like a lot more. I feel like I've seen this dude before. What's up, y'all? Welcome for those that just joined the Discord. I see you guys in here. Meet Kevin. Are you watching the stream? Are you on the stream? This is your full-time 100K payout club. If you don't respond now, I'm probably going to ban you because pretty sure I remember your name from somewhere else. That was like a bot. I could be wrong, but There was a bot that was pretty similar to your profile. Again, if you guys are in the Discord also, please do not respond to any DMs. They're not from me. I only have one official account. It says JTrades. It says CEO on there. If you click on my profile, it's JTrades5126. No periods, no underscores, nothing. If you click, the easiest way to tell if it's me and not a fake account or a bot is if you click on my profile under connections, it says JTrades. So I'm pretty certain these bots can't link my YouTube channel to their Discord account. So just make sure it says that. Otherwise, don't DM or respond to any of them. Just block them. They're just bots. They're not legit. They're probably trying to get money from y'all. If you're interested in what I have to offer in terms of my training services, like my mentorship program or my course, please just go to my website directly and buy it. Do not go and respond to these bots. They're probably going to try to make you send some money and something, or maybe they might even say there's a discount on my course. No, there is no discount from via DMs. Don't send crypto or anything like that. Just go to my Watt page, and that's where you purchase everything. Otherwise, I can't be held responsible or liable if any of you guys are getting scammed from these Discord bots. We have an internal SMT here with NQ just now, as you can see. Usually internal SMTs don't matter as much to me. I mean, it's the same thing as an internal sweep. But personally, when I was batching my strategy, I never used SMTs. So SMTs is optional if you guys want to use it as part of your strategy. Otherwise, there's no reason to use it. It really does not do much for me personally, because when I back tested, I never really used it. But it's just something to understand in the market for internal sweeps. A lot of internal sweeps occur because there's an SMT with another correlated asset, like for example here. But I do teach you guys in the course how you can actually avoid these internal sweeps. So if you want to apply that method to avoid them, watch that video where I talk about them, the new stop loss method, to avoid getting stopped out early by like a few ticks or a few candles. And there is risk management behind it too. It's not like a soft stop loss method where you can like lose more than you risk. It works pretty well on gold, especially since gold does more internal sweeps, especially later in the day. It does work much better on gold. One of them tried selling signals to me as you, bro. That's crazy, man. I'm actually curious. I bet you if you pay for the signals, you probably get blacklisted. You probably don't even get sent anything. That's wild. Yo, meet Kevin. If you don't respond here, you're about to get banned. Just to let you know, because I'm pretty sure I remember this guy associated with someone with a bot account. So if you're not a bot, let me know. Otherwise, ban hammer coming in a bit. What's up, Kim? Welcome to the Discord 10K payout club. I also added rules so you guys can add them manually now if you've gotten payouts or whatnot. Instead of having to DM me, because I realized that method just takes too much effort, too much time. So me, Kevin, you're about to get banned, my boy. If you don't respond on a YouTube stream right now, you're about to get banned. Because your profile, no offense, but it does look like one of the bots that joined before. So me, Kevin, YouTuber? Who's that? He's a YouTuber? Alright, me, Kevin, you're kicked, man. You're kicked from the server. Oh, this is a YouTuber? I didn't even know. I'm not gonna lie. Didn't know that was a YouTuber. Oh, you actually just finance stuff. That's funny. It was a bot account of him. Oh, he's gone from the server now, so if you want to redeem yourself, send me a message right now in chat. Otherwise, you ain't coming back. Do you recommend to risk 2% on valuations? Yeah, if you're profitable already, you've done your bad testing, you can say you're confidently psychologically stable. I do recommend risking more. What what games do you be playing, bro? I don't play PC, only on my iPad. I hear all the clicking though. Oh, I'm not playing any games right now. I have a bad habit. You guys that watch the course videos, you guys might be able to hear my mouse clicking in the course too. I just click for no reason. It's just a habit I got. I'll try to not do it though. Not playing anything. I'm only just switching between Discord and the stream and Training View. That's all. But yeah, or I do recommend you guys, if you're already profitable, you've done your bad testing, I recommend you risk heavier on the valuation phase because it's kind of like a waste of time if you're already profitable because you're not actually making money. And well, okay, if you can't afford too many evaluations, take it slow. If you can afford and cover the cost of a few and you don't have, it's not going to affect you financially really, I do recommend you up your risk on them. And then if you even want to full pour, go for a 1-to-1, you can. Sometimes you'll be able to pass, other times you won't. If you're on a firm that needs 2 days like Top Step to pass, you're going to need to full pour twice. So I wouldn't recommend full pouring. I would recommend just trading normally, but doubling your risk is not a bad idea to pass them quickly. Usually, like basically from my history for prop firms, the 1 day pass prop firms I pass in one single day. And then for Top Step, I pass within 2 days. There's been a few times where it took like 3 to 4 days. And the reason why is because I messed up the consistency rule. I completely forgot about it. And so I made like 2.8K, 3K profit in one single day because I forgot it wasn't 1 day pass. Because I'm used to the 1 day pass from other prop firms. And so I forgot Top Step it's 2 days, and yeah, I messed up my consistency score, and I had to basically make, I believe, 6K to pass. So, but usually I do pass this within the 2 days. You can make 1.5, and you pass. There's a small buffer, and just make sure you're not like too inconsistent. Just make sure it's around the same number from day 1 and day 2, and you'll be good. Like one where I shorted the first trade. Sorry, someone's asking me in DMs about a question about seconds entry. Do you have invalidation models? Yeah, I do. I talked about in that also in the course. Posted a few trade recaps where I went over when you should like not take the trade with the entry model. But make sure you're also doing your own back testing and due diligence to build that confidence too, to do this live. Like, because I polled some of you guys have done back testing, but majority of you guys still have not done back testing. If you're still learning right now, it's okay, but at some point you do need to back test, otherwise your psychology is going to be kind of off when you live trade. Again, if you guys are new here, make sure to join the free Discord, click the link that's pinned, and leave a like on the stream. Some of you guys took the nice short today. I called out on stream, guys, for 1 hour, 5 hour, where depending on if you scalped it or you held it fully to the 5 minute. Basically, the only trade on stream. This one was after, or this one was before stream, so you would not be able to call it this one. But if you're in a course and you know what I'm looking for, like this is like a no-brainer setup. Let's see. We have 29 people full time trading. We have 55 of y'all funded. 34 of you guys have gotten 10K in payouts. 2 of you guys have gotten 25K. 3 of you guys have gotten 50K. And 2 of you guys have gotten 100K. And 5 of you guys are already at 7 figures. That's so funny. The dude, one of the dudes, that's 7 figures has a Lambo in his profile pic. It's pretty funny. Has anyone here ever traded negative risk reward? Just a curious question, because I've seen people, I know like a person that does trade it. I'm gonna be honest, from what I've seen, it's very inconsistent because you have like a month of 90% win rate and then the next month you might have like not even profitable. It's just really hard to maintain a really smooth equity curve with negative risk reward, because once you go into like a losing streak, your equity curve dips a ton. You got a friend that has his R is -7. That's crazy. Wait, how's that impossible? You mean 0.7? Here's a strat. If you guys want to know for prop firms, I'm gonna be honest, it's just a gambling strategy, but if you just go for 0.25 risk reward, or sorry, not 0.25, you go for a 0.5 risk reward, you can use statistics to actually gamble your way to a payout. So, for example, let's use Top Step as an example. You only need to make 200. I think they even changed it now to 150. You only need 5 green days. All you have to do is just take scalps of 0.5 risk reward. First off, your winner is going to be high with a 0.5 risk reward. You just need one 0.5 risk reward trade. So risk 500 and get a 0.5 risk reward trade. Do that 5 times in a row. 5 consecutive days. It doesn't have to be consecutive, but 5 green days and you get a payout. And this is all dependent on luck, to be honest. Unless you have a strategy, otherwise it is just gambling. But essentially, you're betting on the odds that your 90% win rate at 0.5 RR, whatever the win rate is, of how you're entering. That you're gambling on the fact that your sequence will hold within those 5 days. Because over a long run, if the strategy doesn't work, over long run you're gonna lose. But all you need on prop firms is 5 to 10 green days or trading days. So you can gamble on the sequence of those trades and potentially actually get a payout without actually being profitable. I've never done that, but that is an option. The only thing is, if you lose 4 in a row, you're kind of cooked. But again, with like an 89% win rate, 5 days is very rare for you to lose 4 in a row. And you should have a buffer built by then where you have to lose more than that. What prop are you using? I am trading on a live funded account or live personal account. The SMT internally is holding here with ES. We have 1 minute to close. But if you're asking like back then when I just traded prop firms, well, I've always had I always had a live account anyway, because when I started trading, I didn't go into prop firms like most people nowadays. I just went straight to live trading with my own funds. So I've always had a live account on the side. But there was a period where I was trying to basically milk the prop firms as much as I could until I got banned. If you want to check out my payouts, you can. They're on my website. Oh, let me see. What the heck? I believe it should be on the pinned website. I don't know if it's still up there, but you can go with those firms if you want to. The ones I've gotten payouts from. But I don't trade prop firms anymore. I trade just mainly my personal live account. That's the ultimate goal, because you're gonna get banned at prop firms at some point. Some people, it's really luck, to be honest. I got banned before 7 figures in payouts, so I never got to the 7-figure mark. Some people have gotten banned only at 10K. There was a dude in the chat that said he got banned from Apex, which is a huge firm. They bring in like 10 million profit a month, and they're banning a dude that only got 10K payouts, which is so silly to me. But think about the number of people that are trading with them, that does add up. Even then, though, they are definitely very, very, very greedy. Prop firms are a greedy business. It's a greedy business model. They want you to fail so they make money. So you shouldn't be trading prop firms unless you know, either use the gambling method I just taught you guys, and betting based on just based on the potential statistical probability of the sequence in your trade. So if you have like a very high win rate, 90% at 0.5, it's very likely you'll get a payout within 5 days than if you lose the account. If you're on a low win rate strategy or very low, it's obviously a lot harder. It's a lot harder because over the long run, you could be profitable, but in that short period, who knows if you're going to be in drawdown or in profit. But with a very high win rate, like negative risk reward, you'll likely be in profit, at least for 5 days. Now, once we extend that timeline period to like 10 days, 15 days, 20 days, then that's when it gets suspicious and you probably won't come out green. But at the end of the day, it's to get a payout, right? If you want to get a payout, you only need to follow the rules, 5 days or 10 days, usually. I think some firms even do like the first day, which is pretty nuts to me. I don't know how they make a profit off of that, because you can full pour and you get a good return on investment. So I don't know how those firms do it, but most firms it's usually 5 to 10 days. In terms of reliability, I'd say like the best firms, it's probably Top Step. I mean, Top Step is really all you need. You just get max funding with them. Apex does ban people a lot more frequently than Top Step, so it's something to keep in mind. Like, I know a few people that have gotten banned from Apex, and it was all, there's no relevance to the number of payouts you've gotten. Some dude, like I said in my chat, got 10K in payouts and got banned from Apex. Another guy from IG that I know, he got banned after he requested 1 million. So I don't know how they do it in their system and determine this number, but just remember, if you want to go full time, you need to have a live account. It's not a question. Unless the only other reason is if you're an influencer, like a content creator influencer, you might get like deals with prop firms where essentially they'll pay you out because you're an influencer to promote the firm. That makes sense. I'm not in that boat, fortunately and unfortunately. Both sides, you look at both sides, but I'm not in that boat where I have like any direct affiliates with any of these prop firms directly, so I don't have any perks per se or any privileges. I'm no different than you guys when it comes to getting banned or getting payouts from these firms. But just know that a lot of the bigger influencers, they have partnerships with the firms. So don't trust everything you see online, especially on Twitter when people are saying they're living off prop firms. You can, but for how long is a true question. Probably not going to be for long. What's up, Grogu? Welcome to the Discord. But if any of you guys want to try the gambling method, let me know how it goes, because I've never tried it to a payout, because there's no reason for me to. I just trade my normal strategy. It works, but see if you can, if you get approved for a payout. They'll definitely look at your stats, and they can tell that you're trading native versus reward. I even know some firms have banned trading native versus reward to a certain extent. Like I think it was Apex. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was Apex back then. They banned people from DCAing, and also I believe you can't go under 0.25 versus reward, because again, it's a cheat code to get payouts with native versus reward like that, because you only need a few green days in a small sequence to really get payouts. I might actually, you know what? I might actually do that, record that as a long form video. But I don't know how prop firms are not gonna like that when I post a video like that, because from a mathematical standpoint, it's a very high probability you get to a payout if you just gamble with native versus reward, because you're gonna have a very high win rate. You're likely not have many losses. You probably won't have that. The odds of you getting that massive losing streak basically before the 5 days is up is low. I don't know the exact statistical number. Someone can compute that for me and let me know. I'm not that big brain, but it's definitely a method you guys can attempt, and let me know if you get your payout approved. If you get your payout approved doing that, bro, hey man, whatever makes you the money. Just know that trading native versus reward like that though is only going to be for prop firms. It's not going to be for live accounts. Do not do that on a live personal account. Once you get into that losing drawdown, it's over. Was your bias all day on NQ? Nope. It was bearish and then bullish. Because, like I said earlier, you're bearish until we hit the 1 hour. So for example, taking a short here, and then you're bullish as soon as you mitigate the 1 hour. So after we hit this, we had a nice break to the upside. I was completely bullish. I was not really looking for any type of shorts until we take out previous day high. That's why on stream I told you guys it's a B plus setup if you want to take the previous day high sweep as a scalp, or you can, in this case, it worked out as a full move to the downside. Because there's no reason for us to go bearish again. Once we already did all the bearish liquidity, the bearish movement here. There's no reason for us to be bearish again. We're also going to create all-time highs at some point soon. So it's not ideal to go against the high time frame trend. Or you should never go against the high time frame trend. Again, if you guys are brand new to channel, man, join the free Discord. We're doing a giveaway. Join the free Discord. And if you do want to learn, you know where to go for that. Just the pinned link there. I'm gonna be bad testing probably later today on what I was trying to bad test to add to my system. Again, if the bad test goes very well, I'll keep you guys updated. For everyone in the course, I'll make a video on the supplemental entry to my strategy to make you guys more reward than you already make a month trading strategy. Otherwise, if it doesn't work as well, there's no point in teaching you guys that, right? I only want to teach you guys things that work in the market. Not everything does actually work. There's strategies, but strategies, there's also profitable and unprofitable strategies, and that's the hard part. That's where you have to filter them out. Do you still journal all trades? Not really, to be honest. I stopped journaling for quite a while. I think last journal entry was June. If you check my private trading journal, if you're in a course, you'll get access to it. You'll see all my past 630 trades that I did journal in there. But I think the last one was June. So no, I don't really journal anymore. It's a numbers game at this point. I already know everything about my system. I already done my optimization. There's not much for me to really there's not much I'm really going to be learning from journaling at this point, except for some new things that I do find out myself, like the thing I said I was going to back test later today. So I'll probably not trade 80 sessions today. Probably going to go do my back test thing on that. But that's not something that you need journaling. That's not really something that I'd say I figured out from journaling. It was just more so an idea I had in the back of my mind, and I saw the idea play out pretty well. So remember, whenever you guys are trading, don't just stare at the chart. You need to be actively looking for something or trying to study something. Study how price moves. Not just reacting to the price. The candle closing, the candlestick moving up and down in live actually makes no difference to your trading profitability. Candles are going to close and open the way they do. That's the baseline foundation of the market, how it moves. There's nothing you can do with that information. Yeah, I think Kevin was a bot. Dude never messaged me back or messaged me after getting kicked. His name looked familiar, that's why. I didn't want him to be, if he was really a bot, I didn't want him to be inviting all these fake accounts in here. Y'all can even see in the welcome chat, there's some J trades joining. There's no way some of you, I'm sorry, but if you fall for a scam with my name, I don't know what to say, man. Should be pretty obvious. If you're awake during London session, would you take the short on yes from the 1 hour POI? If I was awake, I don't really trade London session anymore. But I'm not sure what you mean by 1 hour POI. If you're talking about these 1 hour aboves, I doubt we're gonna reach there during ADA session. ADA session moves very slow. I highly doubt ADA session is going to move up here for London. If you're going to take it, it's going to be a lower probability setup shorting. I like to take pro trend setups. Unless you see structure in a lower time frame shift, not from internal, but external structure shift like this, then sure. If it's just a PY getting hit and trying to short, it's still lower probability. I'll probably just scalp it. But I usually don't trade London. The last time I traded London was probably like 2 weeks ago on gold, but that was because I was holding trades from Asia session on gold towards London. And the other time I traded was London was because I basically slept through it. I was in a trade and I just slept through the trade. What's up, KVRL? Welcome. I see SMT annotated on chart here for first time. Are you an ICT trader? I wouldn't say I'm an ICT trader. I've only seen like 2 to 3 videos, like not many videos from ICT himself. I don't trade fair value gaps or any of that stuff. The way I mark my stuff is like, it's kind of like the opposite, if you get what I mean. All the course members know what I'm talking about when I say opposite. Like I don't mark my PYs as FEGs. They just don't work well for me. So. But if I was to define myself, just say price action, just say SMC. There's no reason to like put it towards a specific person. There's a lot of ICT traders that are also unprofitable. So like basically learning concepts means literally nothing if you can't put a strategy and understanding behind it. Yeah, so order flow, PA, SMC. Yeah, that's what I said. I just price action SMC. That's what I would say. That's like my trading style. Price action SMC with Japanese candlesticks. I don't use order flow at all. There is one guy in the course that does use order flow. Like he uses like, I believe low volume nodes and stuff. I forgot what it was called. It was a specific chart they used for order flow, but there's a guy in the course that does use order flow, and he just uses what I teach him with my strategy in combination with what he already knows about order flow, and he says that works like very well for him, like 75% win rate. So you can feel free to use it in combination with my strategy. That's up to you. I just didn't complicate it that much, and I just have less moving parts in my strategy. I keep it like mechanical to just the candlesticks. Late here in the UK. Got you, man. All right, brother. All right, mate. Is that what they say in the UK? I think they say mate, right? Or is cheers? Dude, I'm so lost. Anyway, reading price. Yeah. I'll check in again tomorrow. All right. Sounds good. Usually I stream like once a week on here for free. If you want to be up to date with everything I do, I recommend you join the free Discord server. If you don't have Discord, then I guess you can't really join, but there's a link if you want to join the community. Oh, you mean London here? So, thing is, it's not as high probability to trade this short here. It's higher probability to wait for external structure to shift, like down here. Or if you see we failed this, then you change your bias. You take this short here, you take this short here, you take these shorts here. These are much higher probability shorts than getting the short from the initial push, just because the draw is still higher. So we won't know if price can just push for the highs, or it could do a retracement like it did here and then go for highs. So it does depend. Scalping this is completely okay. Just going for a big move, it's low probability. Then waiting it out for structure to play out. I will say though, this is so on higher time frame, this is probably inducement. So if you want to use that as confluence as a high probability short, you can. But again, I tend to not counter trend too much and just look for pro trend trades. That's why I can maintain like a very high win rate. When I was backtesting back then with a 40% win rate at forward risk reward, which is still extremely profitable by the way, I was taking both counter and pro trend trades. So I was basically trading like B minus setups, C setups. I was taking lower probability setups. That's why the win rate was 40% back then. Now that I've optimized it and added a few more filters to my system and edge, that's why I can boost my win rate by about 20%. The risk reward decreased because my entry model changed a little bit. There's times where I don't want to miss like a really good setup, and so I'll take a not as ideal entry model for the sake of like actually catching a move, because you don't want to be missing good moves. If it's like an A+ setup, you really don't want to be missing that move at all. Even if you only make 2 risk reward out of it, it's still better to catch that high probability move than just completely miss it, because you'll get FOMO at some point, and at that point it's not ideal. I'll do a recording later once I end the stream. Before I go do my back testing and some other stuff, I'm gonna post a video for today. Well, I'll go over the trades taken today for those that are wondering. I'm not gonna go over this here, so I'll delete that. But I'm gonna go over the other trades. The 3 risk reward here, this one here, and then this short here, which I didn't take, but you could have taken it if you want to. With everyone else on the stream that did take this. I know one of you guys scalped this. So I'll label it for the stream, but I did not take this. The trade I did take was this 3 risk reward here. Right here. And then we had another good setup as another internal continuation. Again, this is technically part of my main system too. You don't have to take it like this. You could have taken this multiple other ways. Use my main. Wait, actually, your entry would have been here and here, and then wherever you want to TP. 2 risk reward, so it's not the same risk reward as if you had a limit here, or if you took the stop runner here, which is what I had. So that's basically what it is, and you can just delete this. See, I was thinking about posting the backtesting sessions on YouTube, but then I realized it's not worth posting on here for free. So yeah, the backtesting sessions are on my strategy is all in the course. So yeah, I don't think I'm gonna release it on YouTube for free. You can get a sneak peek into my strategy just by watching my free YouTube videos, but you won't know everything. Let's see. We'll start a quick poll here. I know there's only 6 of y'all watching, but like, just asking you guys, what do you guys want to see more on the channel? You want to see trade recaps more, exposing videos, psychology videos, or day in the life stuff? I think a lot of people do enjoy the day in life for just entertainment purposes, but I kind of wanted to keep my channel like on the educational side of things. I feel like it would be kind of bad to transition to going from an educational channel to an entertainment channel, unless a lot of you guys really want to see that. But I'm telling y'all, man, it's literally just wake up, take trades, do whatever I want for the rest of the day. That's it. These people posting, I mean, sure, I guess if you live in Miami, you can do a lot more stuff, but a lot of the scammers also live in Miami. But I feel like Miami is like scam central, low key. All rented cars, or not all, but a lot of rented cars. Just scammers grifting. There's a whole scammer trading group out there. We got Shinobi, Signals, Enzo, and what's the other dude's name? The dude that runs Lucktran, I think that's his name. Yeah, that entire group is just straight fraudsters. It's crazy. I had someone in the group, he told me he used to be in like their group or one of their groups, and it was just like they just kept losing trades for, I think it was 5 days or 7 days live trading. I mean, there's nothing wrong with losing trades, but if you come out net red at the end of the week, it's a little suspicious. Especially if you're net red by the end of the month. That's not good. It's not good. If you're break even by the end of the month, that's also horrible. I don't think you guys realize this, but being green by the end of the month is not what you want to go full time. You need to be green by a lot, because you can hold QQQ or ES for 10 to 30% annual returns per year. So if you cannot do 30 divided by 12, if you cannot do like almost 3% returns per month consistently, you have to be doing more than that, basically. Otherwise, it's not worth your time and effort to be day trading. So make sure you guys keep that in mind when you're backtesting strategies, because sometimes, or a lot of the strategies you learn online, they don't work and they don't have an edge. An edge over the market does not mean you're just profitable. An edge over the market means beating the market returns, which is 10 to 30% annually. So if you can't beat those numbers, it's better to just hold long term until you get the hang of trading and you develop a good system that can return more. something like a system that returns 20% a month is obviously beating the market by a lot. That's good. But if you're only making 2 to 3% a month, that's not good. You're not beating the market. You're making 2 to 3 risk reward a month. All it takes is 2 to 3 mistakes psychologically to get you to break even, which is losing, because you're losing on the opportunity cost of passive market returns. You know what? One day we'll be starting a podcast. One day, a trading podcast on my channel, and it's not going to be a podcast with any big trading influencers. I just don't believe in any of them. Like, for example, the people on Words of Wisdom, a lot of them are known frauds, and he still invited them. And then later, because of all the hate he got from people that got scammed, he took down some of the influencers. So I am trying to do a podcast where it's non-influencers, just pure traders, right? So that'll be coming. Honestly, I feel like I need to grow my channel more before I do anything at that scale. So once I get the channel running, we get some more people hooked on the channel, I do plan on doing like a podcast that's written by actual full-time traders and not any like influencers, because I think honestly listening to influencers is very biased because they can promote their own stuff. Not saying they're not allowed to, but it does what's the right word? It does discredit or reduce the integrity, just the credibility in what they say. It doesn't mean as much if they're selling something as well. It means a lot more coming from someone that no one knows about but trades full time. You guys get what I mean? So one day we'll do a full-time podcasters channel for full-time traders podcast. I think I'm going to actually post I'll probably start the podcast on this Instagram page at some point when we get like our my YouTube channel big enough. I think like if I don't have a lot of people watching, it's not worth really my time to do like host podcasts. That's an IG page I recently started. Guys want to give it a follow. As of right now, I'm just posting memes and stuff for trading. Nothing too serious on there. Something to chill and look at and just relax about and relate to. outside of all the educational, quote unquote, stuff you see on your feed everywhere of a new strategy every other minute. So this is a cool page to just chill back on. But I just started that. But I do plan on potentially, if that goes well, I'll convert the full-time underscore traders IG page to the podcast brand. So yeah, hopefully, what do you guys think about the idea? Again, we do need a lot more traction on the channel though, I feel like, to get that going, to make it worthwhile, but definitely plan on doing that at some point. Who's Legit Traders then? Like I said, I'm not going to invite anyone on the podcast that is like an influencer or any like content creator or anyone that's online selling anything. Even the people that don't sell anything, I'm not going to invite any of those kinds of people on the podcast if I do plan on starting this podcast. Because I don't think you guys realize, but people that don't sell courses and mentorships, they also make money off affiliates. And you know, you can make a good amount of money off of affiliate marketing. Easily 10 to 100K a month. Patrick William did 100K, but to be fair, he's like one of the biggest. I'd say a medium-sized channel would probably bring in 10K a month. So 6 figures just from affiliate links. Especially prop firms, it's a lot easier to sell those. I'm not a big affiliate link guy, but I'd rather teach people like how to actually trade than tell people to save money, save a little bit of money using my code or whatever, because there's no point in saving money if you can't trade. And if you can't actually trade, that the amount of money you save with a code is like nothing over the long run, because you get a massive ROI regardless. It's not going to affect your ROI that much. Day trading max at 6 figures. Damn, you brought 6 figures a month from just affiliates. It's kind of nuts, because affiliates is like basically almost passive income. You don't have to really work too much for it. It's pretty nuts. But yeah, so the full-time traders podcast, man, look forward to that at some point on the channel. If my channel one day blows up or something, to make it worthwhile. Basically, we'd be hosting the podcast. Honestly, it will depend on who's reaching out and from where. I do think I would have like maybe rent a studio or something for like in-person podcasts for people that are close by or within the country, I guess. Obviously there's going to be people that full-time trade outside of the country, so those people probably not realistic to fly them out just for a podcast. More realistic to just do like Zoom calls, something like that, basically like an interview. So yeah, I think that'll be very interesting for the channel at some point in the future. For now, right now, I'm just focusing on building my personal brand, trading with y'all here, whether free on stream or off stream in a Discord, or teach you guys how to trade. But I think it'll be very cool, because the thing is, I feel like people nowadays need to have a sense of direction of who's legit, who's not legit. And I think the easiest way is finding someone that does it full time that's not even on the internet. So how would I find these people? Would be not through me looking them up, it would be them looking for me. So something like, for example, I can interview my students that went full-time trading. That could be an option. Another option could be, okay, guys, we have, let's see, we literally have in the Discord 30 of you guys claiming you're trading full-time. 30. So if any 30 of y'all, well, there's 30 people basically here potentially. Now, how would I verify that they're legit or not? That's a whole different topic. There's different ways of verifying that. And some privacy things too, if people don't want to show certain things. But we'll figure out a way to do verification. But there's 30 of y'all that are self-claimed full-time tradings in the Discord. And my Discord server is not even that big. We're not even at 1,000 members yet. So if there's 30 of you guys already, that's already a lot of people to do interviews with or podcasts, sit-downs with. And most of you guys in Discord also are not influencers that I'm aware of. So if not being an influencer does give someone a ton of credibility. Now, the reason why a lot of you guys cannot find legit traders or strategies that actually work is because the only people you guys know are people online. So unless like you somehow met someone in person that trades full time, which is probably, I don't know how that would really ever happen. Gotta be like a massive coincidence somehow. But if you ever met someone in person that does trading full time, then that is basically the most legit way to know someone's legit. But I would claim 90% of traders on. I feel like there's more unprofitable trading influencers than like you guys that are not influencers. There's so many signal rooms and so many people leaving and joining signal rooms every month from these other people. And if these signal rooms truly worked, you would hear a ton of people quitting their job and like just copy trading. And you'd also see their WAP monthly users number go up like a lot because if your signals are profitable, people are gonna stay. But the thing is, if you look at these numbers, they're all over the place. Some dude can have 130 people paying them a month, and then next month it might drop down to 70, 80, 90, 100, 130, maybe 150, or go up to 180, and then it goes back down again. That's when you clearly know they're not legit, because there's no reason for people to really drop or stop subscribing to you if your signals worked and they came out green at the end of the month. Just a pro tip for those that are looking, trying to copy people. I personally would not recommend copying. I believe trading yourself is the best method because you can't rely on someone else to go full time. And a lot of people that signal copy lose money anyway because the person they're copying doesn't even know how to trade. But this is a good time to me to ask, if any of you guys are in a Discord that say you're full time, feel free to reach out to me through Discord DMs. Make sure you're DMing the right person, by the way, the one with the YouTube link in bio integrated, not the bots. And we can talk from there. Maybe set up an interview or some sort. I think that'll be very insightful for you guys. I'm just not interested in interviewing like influencers. I want to make my channel the most legit trading channel there is on YouTube. And so in order to keep that credibility, I can't risk inviting or hosting any of these influencers on the podcast. From y'all's experience, I have some of my own experience I actually talked about last time. From y'all's experience, what training influencers have you paid or joined their group or course or mentorship or signals that were scams or aka did not work out? Not because of you psychologically, but because what they taught doesn't work or it's not clicking for you. Like I said last time, back then when I joined these gurus, I can name a few. For example, TJR, Nord Trades, Jay Dunn with Team Bull, Scarface Trades. These guys did not know how to trade, like profitably. Or they just didn't meet what their service was entailing. Like for example, TJR would show up like once or twice a week instead of aka daily signals or daily live trading. So I canceled it after 1 month. This was like back in the day. This was before he was doing like mentorship, when he was what's it called? Is my mic working? Yeah. This is before he did like the 3K, 5K one-on-one mentorship or 10K program. This is when he just had like the monthly sub. I think it was like 50 or 100 a month at the time. Jadon trades Orb now. Yeah, no, the thing is, someone already done a back testing an Orb. It doesn't beat the market over a long run. Unless you've added your own twist to it and made it work, it doesn't beat the market. But these people, like, if you find someone that keeps changing strategies based on like trying to copy everyone else and keep changing the strategy, it's a pretty big red flag. I've been training the same strategy for almost the past, I'd say, 2 years now. I had another strategy before this. Don't remember if I covered it on my YouTube channel, to be honest. It's been a long time. But this strategy is because I was able to develop something from my personal experience and add it into my toolkit and made it even better. Voice crack, even better. Damn, how am I getting voice cracks? That's crazy. But yeah, make sure y'all are back testing, man, before you go live trade. Make sure you're back testing. All right, y'all. I'm about to hop off here in a bit, man. If you guys have any questions, let me know. Or just feel free to ask in a Discord. You guys should be in the free Discord if you're not already. Join the Discord. I'm going to go do some of my own research. Go do some back testing. So there's a link to the Discord for those who are interested. And then, yeah, I'll see you guys next stream. Probably next time I'll stream is probably going to be next week-ish. I've been trying to slow down like the YouTube video stuff. I feel like trading while doing YouTube at the same time is cause a little burnout. So kind of want to give myself some more free time here. So yeah, hope you guys do enjoy today's stream and you got some good insights for real. Not many traders online are really talking about a lot of stuff I talk about. All right, y'all. Peace. See y'all next week. See you guys in the Discord. If you want to be in the group, you know where to hit the pinned chat. Good luck the rest of y'all's week trading, man. Let's end this week strong. Let's end it green. Let's go.
Let them hoes get in between the whoop. Start. I walk with me.
this game we're never gone. Rising trade times in your hand. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade times in your hand. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade times in your hand. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Market's tide. Laughing at the 9 to 5. We're alive, we thrive, we dive. Globetrotting with every trade. Our path, our rules we made. Laptop open, make the call. Win or lose, we take it all. From the charts, create our fate. Thankful for this trading state. Market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Wake up to the screen glowing bright. Charts and candles in the morning light. Trading dreams from dusk till dawn. In this game we're never gone. Rise and trade times in your hand. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade times in your hand. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade times in your hand. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Market's tide. Laughing at the 9 to 5. We're alive, we thrive, we dive. Globetrotting with every trade. Our path, our rules we made. Laptop open, make the call. Win or lose, we take it all. From the charts, create our fate. Thankful for this trading state. Market's tide. Freedom twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks, trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your hand. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks, trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your hand. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Laughing at the 9 to 5, we're alive, we thrive, we dive. Globetrotting with every trade, our path, our rules we made. Laptop open, make the call. Win or lose, we take it all. From the charts, create our fate. Thankful for this trading state. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Wake up to the screen glowing bright. Charts and candles in the morning light. Trading dreams from dusk till dawn. In this game we're never gone. Rise and trade, times in your hand. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks, trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your hand. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks, trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your hand. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Market's tide. Laughing at the 9 to 5. We're alive, we thrive, we dive. Globetrotting with every trade. Our path, our rules we made. Laptop open, make the call. Win or lose, we take it all. From the charts, create our fate. Thankful for this trading state. Market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Wake up to the screen glowing bright. Charts and candles in the morning light. Trading dreams from dusk till dawn. In this game we're never gone. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Market's tide. Laughing at the 9 to 5. We're alive, we thrive, we dive. Globetrotting with every trade. Our path, our rules we made. Laptop open, make the call. Win or lose, we take it all. From the charts, create our fate. Thankful for this trading state. Market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks, trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your hand. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks, trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your hand. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Laughing at the 9 to 5, we're alive, we thrive, we dive. Globetrotting with every trade, our path, our rules we made. Laptop open, make the call. Win or lose, we take it all. From the charts, create our fate. Thankful for this trading state. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Wake up to the screen glowing bright. Charts and candles in the morning light. Trading dreams from dusk till dawn. In this game we're never gone. Rise and trade, times in your hand. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks, trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your hand. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks, trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your hand. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Laughing at the 9 to 5, we're alive, we thrive, we dive. Globetrotting with every trade, our path, our rules we made. Laptop open, make the call. Win or lose, we take it all. From the charts, create our fate. Thankful for this trading state. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Wake up to the screen glowing bright. University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Laughing at the 9 to 5. We're alive, we thrive, we dive. Globetrotting with every trade. Our path, our rules we made. Laptop open, make the call. Win or lose, we take it all. From the charts, create our fate. Thankful for this trading state. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Wake up to the screen glowing bright. Charts and candles in the morning light. Trading dreams from dusk till dawn. In this game we're never gone. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Laughing at the 9 to 5. We're alive, we thrive, we dive. Globetrotting with every trade. Our path, our rules we made. Laptop open, make the call. Win or lose, we take it all. From the charts, create our fate. Thankful for this trading state. Freedom flows with the market's tide. sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks, trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks, trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. It's tight, laughing at the 9 to 5. We're alive, we thrive, we dive. Globetrotting with every trade, our path, our rules we made. Laptop open, make the call. Win or lose, we take it all. From the charts, create our fate. Thankful for this trading state. Market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Wake up to the screen glowing bright. Charts and candles in the morning light. Trading dreams from dusk till dawn. In this game we're never gone. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks, trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks, trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Market's tide, laughing at the 9 to 5. We're alive, we thrive, we dive. Globetrotting with every trade, our path, our rules we made. Laptop open, make the call. Win or lose, we take it all. From the charts, create our fate. Thankful for this trading state. Market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Wake up to the screen glowing bright. Charts and candles in the morning light. Trading dreams from dusk till dawn. In this game we're never gone. control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Laughing at the 9 to 5. We're alive, we thrive, we dive. Globetrotting with every trade. Our path, our rules we made. Laptop open, make the call. Win or lose, we take it all. From the charts, create our fate. Thankful for this trading state. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Wake up to the screen glowing bright. Charts and candles in the morning light. Trading dreams from dusk till dawn. In this game we're never gone. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Laughing at the 9 to 5. We're alive, we thrive, we dive. Globetrotting with every trade. Our path, our rules we made. Laptop open, make the call. Win or lose, we take it all. From the charts, create our fate. Thankful for this trading state. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Coffee sips, a market twist. Watching numbers, that's the gist. City lights or mountain peaks. Trading gives us what we seek. Rise and trade, times in your head. Feel the rush, control the land. Essential Traders University, our guide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Freedom flows with the market's tide. Laughing at the 9 to 5. We're alive, we thrive, we dive. Globetrotting with every trade. Our path, our rules we made. Laptop open, make the call. Win or lose, we take it all. From the charts, create our fate. Thankful for this trading state. Freedom flows with the market's tide.